now to get all the stuff up and running. There we go. Got the announcements. Discord's being a butt. Give me a moment. Doing that thing where I wasn't even mentioning the thing that I did for some reason. There we go. Good. Chat works. Needed to make sure of that. We're going to be trying Runenberg again. Let's hope we can actually take it out, because even knowing the boss, it's still going to be pretty difficult. I still like Ominous Siege. And I like Omen of Boxing just because it gives a decent potential option that's just infinite. I want to keep these. So let's get this set up. I know how the boss works. Basically, once you get enough runes, you need to pay attention for one of them that goes up. The boss itself is very anti-watchtowers, so while watchtowers were actually really helpful, I'm going to have to kind of not get reliant on them, hopefully. Let's hope that our beginning operatives are not too bad. We've got a thin-skinned, which is particularly bad, and healing received, so thank God you're a mage, and you're basically doing your best not to get hit. You have Worried, so you get less health, and then you've got it back, but you've got minus 20 health. You've got Plague Doctor, though. Do you have the good perks for that? Oh my god, you have Plague Doctor, and yet you don't have the poison set. Ah, that sucks. And for you, you've got Thug, and 12% additional critical chance by default. Less mana regen, but basically you pretty much don't want to be very mana-based. You are an elf, and you come with poison. And the human ballista. And even boom. So you're actually built pretty good. You even have spiky counter. You don't have momentum, though. No momentum actually kind of sucks. This one has so much poison-based stuff. But this guy is okay at best. It comes with poison. You don't come with poison despite having a poison thing. Which means that I would love to swap you out. Like, this guy's a complete stinker pick. Unless I were to make him for something else, because he does have cheer at least. He has Relentless as well. Relentless was what I was looking for, but yeah, this one has Vampire. Relentless is an amazing perk. Yeah, this one's really bad. Do they at least have a far range? Field Study's okay. But they do have steady aim at least, so this one's actually a decent candidate for sitting in a tower and doing basically nothing. They have Cheer, which boosts damage at least. It just sucks that they have the poison damage boost, and yet they don't really have much they can do with it. So honestly, Studs over here is just really bad. It's a real shame, honestly. It really is. But with them having something like Blink, they can do some stuff. Silverclaw is really powerful. They even come with Cheer, so they've got a lot of options. Like, Cheer is always really strong because that's a 15% damage boost to anyone within 15 tiles. And they even come with War Dance and stuff, too. So Spiky Counter isn't necessarily perfect for them. Oh, this is a ranged one, which is weird. But the amount of poison that this one can start building up would be insane. Because whenever an enemy within negative alteration is hit, which basically means that Hue and Ballista and even Spiky Counter would both actually work on that. But they did start with lower damage? For some reason? The hell is lowering their damage so much? It's a perk. Oh, what's lowering their damage is they're an elf inside of the walls, right? See, this one should now have all the buffs they need. Yep, see, that's better. Boosted damage, boosted accuracy. Much better. Still not a very good starting cast, honestly. Like, one of them just straight up is bad. Anyway, let's look at Epiphanies real quick. Ooh. We don't have arrow slits today. That's bad. Should I even continue this run? I actually might abandon this. Because, like, that's a really bad lineup. Like, they've got spiked walls at least, but no arrow slits is actually crippling. And Holy Ground only is active until something enters, which isn't great. I think I should try it, though. Just the problem with not having arrow slits is just, it makes it so that boomers in particular are a problem. But they're always going to be a problem. Like, always, always. So that's not really a difference. Ah, fuck it, I'll try it. There we go. I used punch skills less than 2 times. Damn, I didn't realize that. Spending less mana, though, is perfectly fine by me. Okay, missed. They are missing it by 1. Are you kidding me? And I'm not going to be able to do this one because that requires so much physical damage in one. And I do not have the ability to do that. Use punch skills less than two times. Damn it. Wait, I know I can actually just be fine with that. I just need to avoid generating panic. Yep, that's avoiding full panic. So we've got it. Come on, this would just suck, man. There we go, that seems about right. Oh, we got some panic generation over there. Okay, come on. Really? We're gonna have to do something. I didn't realize that one. Those two. I'm gonna go ahead and debuff that one a bit harder, just to make them take even more damage. back a bit. End that turn right now just because I'd rather someone else get the experience for that. There we go. That's 60 towards that. I need to know exactly what essence I could be trading here. That's quite a treat. Ask yourself, what would you do to this nasty stuff? I'm here to take care of it. Yep. I want to see what I'm working on right now. If anything in particular. Don't look like I'm really working on anything in particular. How many mini rifles would be a pretty good idea to take, though. But the rifles are good. That's a pretty nice one, but it takes 2. It says that a prowess has been accomplished. I'm not so sure. Like, where's that? Ah, pistols. Okay, the star of the show first gets something. Septic Shock is really, really good. Then they can grab this and this. Accuracy would be really nice to start with. And I could boost their critical even further as well. But boosting that dodge chance right now seems like the better option. Especially if I were to get something like this. Because this adds a whole lot. But that's actually not dodge. If I can get them leveled up enough, then like there's a lot of stuff here that's really good for them. But their dodge does still affect it, so getting more dodge right now would be a pretty good idea. Kill range would be such a good one to have on someone else. Not this one, though. I don't think they get Coagulate, do they? Yeah, they don't have Coagulate. The health regen isn't particularly useful. I'll just take this. You're the resident stinker, sadly. But I could probably make you at least into, yeah, with the longer weapons on top of that, yeah, I could probably make you into, like, a tower sniper. And with Emergency Tunnel, yeah, you're basically pretty able to be an emergency responder. You are quite a stinker, though. You're not the worst stinker, though. You're workable. It's the other one that's the stinker. Problem is, you don't really have good mana regeneration, which is kind of a problem. But you can work. Like, I can probably make you work. It's going to be a little bit difficult. You getting more critical, especially for a mana collector, would be really nice, though. It's very hard to even think of exactly what I'd want you to get. Third Eye might still be pretty good. Really don't know, though. The biggest problem with Poisonous is it's a range of 3 and it doesn't extend. While I'd love to get it, it's not the most useful. I'm actually going to get Third Eye on you. Let's hope you get some good levels, though. You've got some good accuracy, honestly, all things considered. Up that damage. Up that critical. Range damage. You're a mage, though, because you've got the mage damage by default. Magic damage up, and experience gain is tempting, actually. I could get another magic damage, though. So I'm going to get the extra magic damage, actually. And Studs is the actual stinker. And they even get shorter weapons instead of longer weapons. Like, I'm not entirely sure how to work this guy. Because his health regen is mostly trashed. Could turn him into a weird sort of dodge tank if I really wanted to. But again, he doesn't come with boom, so that's still not ideal. So he does get this. So he would be okay with rifle. Not the greatest, but okay. But he really did get a very bad set. But he does have quite a lot of dodge, honestly speaking. That is an impressive amount of dodge. So let's boost that. Get some more reliability out of him. And skill range. That's all that we got there. Let's see what we got here. Trinkets and guns. The guns are pretty good. That's also a really strong trinket. I really like that trinket. Because this, like, that is a shitload of reliability alongside some extra critical and damage. Like, yeah, I'm taking that. There's a rifle. But we've also got a okay sword. And an okay wand. That rifle's pretty good. And I already mentioned that I could technically turn this guy into more of a rifler. The rifle doesn't do poison damage, so I'm not really taking advantage of the poison damage, but that's okay. But of all of them, the sword is got a lot more potential to it. Because that competes with this one's sword, which is, like, this one's much better. Has better momentum, has a better damage booster to it. Then there's this, which gives extra accuracy. Kind of a hard choice, but I feel like the steel sword wins, but the rifles are still really good. I'm actually going to take the rifle just so that I have it on hand. Construction-wise, we definitely need to be able to be getting more gold. That's an easy build. Because I can actually build... Like, I've got all 3 gold mines now. That's good. Getting a scavenger's camp wouldn't be a terrible idea now, as well. Just so that I can start getting more materials. No, you're not. You are not able to move stuff once it's placed. Then we're going to want another house. For certain. It does suck a little bit, yeah. Yeah, with more houses, we've got more workers. More workers, we can do more things. And dogs go bark bark. That puts us up to 70. So I could either do another scavengers or another house. Doing another house means that I get 1 additional dude, which means that I can actually do another clear. And that clear would get me 18 more money. Which means I could actually get another scavenger's camp anyway. And I don't think you can rotate these either, by the way. Which is something that's really annoying, honestly. Now I can get more materials out of this. And you go to repairs. And then we can get some defenses. A nice ballista right there. And a nice ballista right here. And even here. And we can just add a wall right there. And now we're gonna have to figure this out. You've already got so much crit, now you've got even more crit, and you get a bunch of extra reliability on top of it, so you're basically maxing out your damage by default. You're pretty strong. Unfortunately, we don't exactly have a very stable defense here still. I wish I could repair partially, but you can't repair partially, which is really annoying. Depending on how this all works out, also easily determines whether I can actually do more. Now, increases enemy armor by 39. That's painful. I need to do it, but that's really painful. They will rotate into the slots, yeah, I know. I know that much. Yeah, I've just got to end phase and hope for the best here. We do this just to spend the rest of the AP. Oh boy. Hey, would you look at that? Another bot. Go away, bot. Yeah, that armor's actually really annoying. poison just better. I need to deal enough damage to isolated targets, apparently. The hell is that? This is where walls are probably going to be breaking soon. Which sucks because that's a lot of material loss, but gotta do what you gotta do. I'm doing my best to be able to prevent as much panic as I possibly can. Yep, there goes a wall. Okay. Actually, rather that door stay alive. It's going to cost me a little bit more panic, which means that I might not get S rank here. Oops. Shoot. Yep, I think I just lost the S rank there because of that mistake. Yep, we're good. Very good. So we were able to at least get the S rank. And we were able to get this done. They're only coming from one direction, right? Yes, they are. Okay. Increasing the size by 50% would be crazy. That would also give us a lot. I'll have to think on that. Now, that accuracy sucks, though. Comes with Tactician, comes with Bruiser. And no helmet. That is a very unfortunate set of circumstances there. These are bad. Actually gonna reroll that. Fort ends up with more dodge, less movement. Also comes with a lot more armor and less dodge. So basically I get one less movement, no helmet. But on the plus side, I've got a lot of additional armor by default. As for you, you get less resistance, but more movement points, and more accuracy. That's not very great either. Less experience for more... less experience always kind of hurts in the long term. Mercenary is always a nice one. They don't have the ability to dodge. They also don't have poison, which is unfortunate. But they're pretty good for melee, and they come with a gun. Now, you are a decent character who just comes with less resistance, which does suck, because taking more damage actually hurts a lot. You're actually a pretty good melee unit. Because you come with both of these. You're a dwarf, which means that there isn't any kind of thing where I need to keep you outside of the place. And I definitely need more melee units right now. You're hired. They even come with Coagulate, which is really nice. No Boom. No Relentless, because of course not. Why would they get Relentless? But they do have Night Owl at the end of everything, at least. Might actually grab Spiky Counter. Actually thinking about getting more block on them. Because that means that Spiky Counter does more. It's plus 200% of the hero's block for how much damage is done. But as it stands, more armor right now is kind of necessary. That's a lot more damage. More crit is nice, but getting more armor on top is much better. Daily health regen will start stacking armor like crazy. Yeah, I'll just do that twice. And then we can add some poison damage to make their passive damage better. Perfect. And they come with accuracy because Fisherman. This is a pretty good one. We can make it work. Alright, Durin over here also got some more. Longer weapons is what I want you to have, ultimately. They don't have anything to help with their mana gain, though, sadly. Boost their damage. Damage again. Propagation bounces. Hello there. That's actually a lovely boost. You might actually be a really good candidate for the gun as well. Just because of that extra, like, propagation bounce, he can make the gun hit 4 enemies at once. And they've got so much range on them, too. I'll actually give them a little bit of range damage, then. Duds gets a upgrade as well. So again, like I said, Durin's definitely going to have a backup gun. And what would you get? Fast Cannon for more critical is always fun, but that's not really something we want. Yeah, honestly, crit build is basically your best bet. Unfortunately, Durin doesn't get the bounces, so they can't do diagonal bounces, which is unfortunate. Guess I'll take this. Get some extra damage. Reroll that. We'll grab this. Just because that means that the poison from their crossbow is going to do even more, at least. And at the very least, the poison doesn't actually cost anything either. And then we got Silverclaw, who is our star character at the moment. While I do want to get Spiky Counter, there is validity in getting something else instead, like Cheer or something. Because Cheer just means that we are getting a passive damage boost overall. This character gets a whole bunch of stuff that'd be really nice. Yeah, because it's based on the dodge, Spiky Counter is actually a bad idea for them. What is the other skill I'd get for them? I don't actually know. Might grab Toxic Leech, actually. That is a lot of health healing. Like, a lot of health healing. But I could also take defensive training just to help them with their XP gains, which is very useful for them, actually. Any more accuracy at the moment? No, they don't. More critical, though, is nice. More damage would be good, but more armor is better at the moment. Experience gain, definitely taking that. And they've got the poison, so poison damage is always nice. Okay. Then we can do this. To this extent, that tiny brain of yours would explode if I just shared the slightest bit of my might and knowledge. Yep. There was something that only cost like 500 that I actually won. I think. I can't remember where it was. Yeah, I wanted the Omen of Money rifles real quick. It's just nice to have that. And throw more into there. Or crossbows, okay. Thank you. And while 80 is big... Alright. 80 is big. 160 is much bigger, though that is a very large size. Especially for a team that doesn't actually have that much propagation at the moment, but I'm going to take it. I've got to be really, like, really brutal about that. More movement, more dodge. But yeah, I'm going to take that. I don't really like the bonus points on that one, sadly. But it is a much better book. Decent armor with a lot of resistance. A decent short bow. For gun to have. Propagation bounces are really good, but... But, like, the gun itself doesn't come with any propagation-based abilities. Okay, Studs, you're probably going to be snagging that then. Problem is that you don't have any poison-based abilities like that, so you can't even take full advantage of your poison build. Let's look at that poison damage they've got. But on the bright side, they can do a lot of damage with propagation. I can give the others range, at least. We're gonna want another scavenger's camp somewhere. I want a mana well somewhere as well. The mana well would be really useful right now because of the mana problems of the mage. Speaking of the mage, where are they? Oh, they are. I do want an additional item, but the extra golden materials is still really useful. I'm actually going to go with that. Having a watchtower right about here actually isn't a bad idea. Because it ends up extending a lot of ranges. Like, see, that extends their range to basically that entire area. That's actually a good place for them to be. But yet, this side isn't particularly well defended at the moment. Might as well just add a little bit of extra defenses there. And some repairs. Fortunately, those stone walls are very much in the way. Go ahead and salvage this. Upgrading to this will take a lot longer to basically give us a return on investment. But I do want to upgrade at least one of them. Not any more wells to take out. I would have loved to take out this one, but unfortunately we don't have enough. But I can do this. upgrade once more. Get a little bit more gold out of that. Perfect. I just know that they're probably going to start doing some sneaky shit soon. Is everybody set and ready? Does look like it. And you've got basically globalized range here. At least on that front. And I've already done this. Yep. This is gonna get hairy as hell. And lower some stats there. There we are. And you hit less than 5 times, huh? Ah, these ones showing up though. They're always very annoying. And they end up showing up slightly out of range, too. That's 2 of 3. There we go. I don't know if I can do that have heroes get hit that many times, but at least got 2 of them done. Especially with how much they're missing and such. Risky as it is, I want them to be standing as deep as possible. First, let's back that up. You have poisonous as well, right? Yes, you do. I kill 32 isolated targets is kind of crazy. I might not actually be able to get the Covenant bonus today, which actually sucks. Oh, I can do that other one, though, pretty easily. Yep. Everything. Get the poison out. Yeah, it's a very thick amount, but honestly, to get an increased size count on specifically a one movement thing is less as hell. Move back for now, just in case you end up doing anything fun. Now it's not allowed to move much. Lots of poison out there. We got 101 enemies to deal with. Plenty of them. We are taking some bad health damage here. There's still so many enemies on this side, by the way. Like, oh my god. Get some poison in, though. Got some wall damage. Get that kill out. Perfect. That poison still lasts a sad amount of time. Let's move you over here. And most of them are done on this side. It's mostly just a crowd on this side now. Get that poison damage out. Good. The defenses were able to take care of that one. We got more poison on that one. Go ahead and lower some stats over there. You up. Bet you can poison a few more. Thank you for not poisoning them. Literally can't fire at the rest because they're not on the screen. There we go. We got some good levels across the board. Lots of essence. And we were able to get a ton of that, so now we're able to significantly increase how much we're getting per turn. That was a lot of bodies that died there. Easy, why is that taking it? You can increase the size again, but now it's split, so that's actually risky. It's one less, so this one's just giving us a lot more. Let's do the levels first. Okay, let's see, Durin. This still is useful if they come across the walls, is the thing. But I could still use this. Passive damage is passive damage at the end of the day. I'm actually going to grab that at least. That's much better. And even more propagation bounces is nice. Studs. Due to this combination, like, you've actually become really good suddenly. Especially since you're going to be able to get this. You're going to be on the glass cannon side of things. I definitely need to get your armor up, though. Your armor or your dodge. You've actually got a lot of dodge. For Silver Claw, getting more damage would be a nice idea. I'm gonna get more experience gained, though. You're gonna need a lot. So I'll take that just for the extra damage. You getting a whole lot more damage would be really nice. But you definitely need a lot more armor at the moment. And poison damage, nice. This would be really nice because then I could take Toxic Leech and Vampire. To make them really beefy as well, especially with Coagulate on top. Okay, they'll need that first. Everybody leveled up? Everybody's leveled up. What are the Knight's rewards then? We've got the crystal that gives a shitload of HP. A steel rifle that's actually pretty good against isolated targets for some reason. That's not ideal. It's a really good rifle because it's at, you know, that much. Like, that's a lot of extra damage. But, like, it being boosted on isolated targets isn't grand. That's still a really good rifle. So I gotta take that. I don't like these options. These options are kind of meh. The more accuracy in armor is not, like, too bad. Wish it was offhand, actually. Offhand would have been nice. But I'll take it. And I'm definitely taking this, because that's a lot of extra items. That could potentially be good. Double cloth for dodge and action points. Hello. That's an immediate pick just because action points. An offhand sword. Kind of okay at best. Yeah, this was a really bad roll. More dodge on that coif, which isn't bad. Another shield, though, is also pretty nice. Yeah, the longbow. Longbows are really good to have. Although, unfortunately, that's not poison. I keep forgetting that's not poison. Crystal Amulet also gives extra AP at the cost of experience gain. This will be really useful later on. I'm actually probably going to want to grab that. Especially since it has the focus ability, which means that I can convert mana and movement into even more AP. This is also a pretty good helmet, but I'll take that. Okay, let's get our equipment out. First things first, you I'll actually be swapping out to this. Getting more action points is really good for explicit you. You're definitely getting the rifle upgrade for sure. Grab that and that. This allows them just a whole lot of range on the outside. I don't want to place that there, though, because all these other items are mostly worthless, but that one in particular is really good. I actually kind of want to destroy a lot of these, to be honest. Oh well. Yeah, repairing those is particularly important. The sheer amount of bodies, though, out here, Jesus. I'm gonna get that for extra resources. Might actually build another watchtower over here. The watchtower here would still go really hard. Yeah, look at that range. And that reach. Let's get this next conversation done. Come from the furthest and faintest emanations of the Monad, where the black planets roll without aim. Okay. Yeah, I definitely want more of this, because that just means that the quality of the heroes ends up going up. Yeah, let's see for constructions here. Grabbing another mana well isn't a bad idea. And of course, a temple is always good. And we definitely need a seer. The seer in particular becomes essential as hell. After that, then it's just upgrades. Like this one. But I'm gonna want to hold on to that for now. I'll actually go ahead and convert one of these, not into gold, but into materials. This one could be converted into gold. No body armor. This one actually has a lot of benefits, but the no body armor kind of sucks. Like, skill range is actually really cool. They start at level 3, though. Which isn't ideal. Yeah, nobody there in particular that I care about at the moment. What about gear? Any gear that I care about? Oh, hello. Extra action points, huh? That's just really solid. Being able to do more things. Comes with dodge as well, which could technically make this one better. It lowers their crit rate, but that's kind of okay at the end of the day. Just when I could do this. You getting the extra action points right now is actually more useful, but eventually you might be the better option for it. He's actually getting really good, but mostly just due to equipment. Got to do all those, which is nice. Yeah, upgrading some of these material gatherers would be a pretty good idea, because getting a lot more materials will just start setting us up for a lot later game. Of course, we could get some more workers, too. Just to get a little bit more out of that. There's actually a limit to how many stone gates you can have. I didn't even realize. What's nice, though, is that the stone gate can still obviously be seen through. I don't actually have anything else that I need to do here. Pretty sure I've got a wall around everything. I do. So that's basically what we've got. And soon we'll have spiked walls, which means that they'll be doing damage to anything adjacent as well, just on the side, which is always nice. I might take that, just so that I can get an extra booster like this one, because Battle Brothers is going to be the next one up, like, outright. In fact, I probably should have went for Battle Brothers first. Oh well, we'll figure it out. Make this wave massive and terrifying again. Gotta go big or go home here. Sucks that the mana potions cost so much, by the way. Yeah, it looks like that is what it's going to be. And yeah, they both got upgraded. That's actually kind of scary. Yeah, I'm still just shy of that. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit nuts. I was unaware that that crawler was particularly tanky, by the way. Those crawlers are very tanky right now for some reason. All of them are effectively dead. I actually do more damage with the other one. Good to know. I really don't like those crawlers, because they keep getting way too close, way too fast. Oops. That's actually really bad. They need to stand right here. Fine enough. They've got a gun. I could just use gun. Forgot about that. We got all that. Get a lot of poisoning out there. The fucking crawlers are crazy. That's a wall down. Of course it did. Exactly what I didn't want it to do. Yeah, the north side is failing. South side seems like it's failing, but it'll be mostly fine. They got hurt pretty bad, but they ended up doing a lot of damage for it. Good. That fucking whiff, man. Look at all that poison damage that just happened from that. Yeah, we're not getting S rank, but that's fine. Yeah, like I said, North is falling down pretty hard. And they don't have enough mana, damn it. Are you kidding me? That means that gold mine's probably dying. There goes the watchtower. Losing the watchtower actually does suck. Whoops. Yeah, they ended up finishing that side a lot faster. Than would have been anticipated. We lost a lot of walls from this, which is very unfortunate, but still works. There we go. Still an A rank. Things are sketch. He desperately needed that. Thankfully, we didn't actually lose anything other than the watchtower, thankfully. Anyway, let's get this conversation out. You to think that the spark brought us from the void comes from the Archmage? Deadly gamble in the future had even more unforeseen consequences. Okay. Problem with these medals is they're all like really big damage debuffs. Got all that. Oh, interesting. These slashes actually give move points. I didn't even realize that. But I suppose I should probably grab those at some point. I think the axes I saw is really, really good, though. Now, this will lower his movement points for everything involved. And it's a leap. Spears, I think, are also two-handed. Yes, they are. More things that spread poison would be pretty nice, like this one right here. I don't really understand what the infect... like, why is it called infect and it doesn't do anything? Yeah, more poison options would actually be pretty nice. This is a propagation poison. Gauntlet, which is a one-handed magic weapon. Has a lot of things. That's only the next gauntlet skill. That's still a lot of bonuses on it. What's the cannon do? Mortar has an obscene range. And that has multi-hit, which is very good. Fire Blast is automatically cast on the hero. Calls give some bonuses, but not particularly good. That is a very interesting swing on that one. Automatically cast Ricochet on heroes, on things that have stun. So does this thing have a stun? Ah, I see. Stuff like this has a stun. And this one's just a bunch of poison for free. Interesting that the flowers are two-handers, though. One plague. For each action point and mana cost, each plague grants 3 poison applied by the secondary targets of cleansing spores. Hero becomes poisoned? Oof. Interesting. Very odd weapon. Extremely odd, even. Now, the biggest problem with the War Shields, though, is they're not really giving any bonuses to defense, so you're basically just lowering dodge. Outside of something like this. Which does do damage and allows you to shield up. It's weird, though. Something has to be worth it about it. A Wall of Pain is actually a lot of AoE. Yeah, all the DLC items are very complex, I've noticed. And that's just saying it mildly. And this is staff melee weapon. And Fire Thrower, I've already noticed, does a lot, but that is a severe mana cost. What about Scepters? These are one-handed. They come with something like Hammer of Faith, which has a shitload of propagation, actually. Windwalk is a one-action thing that gives even more movement. That's a very tricky item, though. I really like this because this basically just gives a whole lot of poison across the board. And poison's already shown itself to be actually pretty damn good. Also, Death Ray has shown itself to be clutch the few times I get a scroll for it. But Infect is not really great, and the offhand variant only gives Infect. And it's all about isolation damage. It's more the mana cost that's kind of a problem here. Mega Stomp once again gives more propagation, which is really good, and has some stun chance on its default hits, which already have some AoE. And then this one has like some nice sweeps. Including super spin. I'm gonna unlock these. Mostly because it feels kind of unfair that I'm not doing that. Poison Daggers is a pretty decent one, though. Because these give critical, and they also give an ability to do some poison hits with a multi-hit, which is interesting. Very odd, though. It does have quite a bit of range, actually. About the regular axe. Because I kind of want to, like, actually be able to interact with the weapon systems more. I need to actually play the game. You need damage boosts, that's for sure. Once again, don't really know what to get for this one, though. I guess I could take that, because that's not too bad. You're getting Human Ballista for sure. Like, other options are good, but Human Ballista is just really, really good. And this one's also really good because it just adds so much more poison to the board. I definitely want more damage, though. That is a lot more damage to basically pass up on. But they definitely need more movement. Gonna increase their physical damage, though. And you also got a level. You're the other melee unit, basically. You're eventually going to be getting organic armor. All of the hero's armor is transformed into health at a conversion rate. Which is why I'm going to be getting that. Of course, Human Ballista is also pretty useful for you first. And I like how the conversion rate on armor is actually 150%, which actually means that getting armor instead of health is actually better. Which is cool because that actually, daily health regen also does that. Yeah, so getting more movement is also pretty good for you. Skill range, nice. Let's get you some more actual physical damage, though. That's everybody done. Only got one night reward, sadly. A pistol with a lot of additional poison. And critical power. Lots of critical power, even. That'd actually be a better option for the elf than the other weapon they have right now. Specifically Silver Claw. Because then their poison damage is actually getting super boosted, which is going to boost this stuff. And that'll start actually going crazy with additional poison chances and shit later. This is always worth salvaging. Let's see what we got. Extra AP and experience at the cost... That is 3 AP. Damn. That is actually an insane amount of AP for a small drawback. No movement, though, which is unfortunate. And again, we don't have Relentless on any of our melee folk, sadly. But that is a shocking amount. Shrapnel Shot can only still be used 3 times, but if I were to put that ring on this person, they would get so much. But they're still getting more out of the reliability at the moment. However, you could use the hell out of it. You get more accuracy, some more health, some stun chance, tons of action points out the wazoo. Like an absolute shitload of action points. Like 10, that is a ludicrous amount, honestly. Also, definitely going to need to use the Sears to push this back. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that one. You're working on Battle Brothers. And now's definitely the time to get another one. Shaman, without much towards actually doing melee, sadly. Sentry means you get more range damage, but you have Swift to slightly back that up. This isn't a very good set of skills here. Let's reroll that. Wizard? What? In quotations, huh? More magic damage, but less mana. Call for a dwarf as well, apparently. More movement, less dodge, less accuracy by default, which is really sad. That physical damage boost is actually kind of crazy. They start at level 3, which is sad. Bavara's actually got a good setup. That healing, like, received lesser does suck, though. That's so much more damage, and they can get some poison on top. So that'd be all 3 of our melee units at that point. But yeah, I'm pulling trigger on that one. I'd love to grab something like that, because they definitely need the extra experience, but alas. Yeah, you need the accuracy boost. Yeah, I'll take that. What's for sale right now? Ah, if we had a commander's fit, that'd actually be really nice. It's a lot of poison. They're going to come out of the gate with 165% poison. At the very least, their poisons are going to be doing some silly stuff. The funny thing is that poisons would actually be even better on this one, though. Because of how this is eventually going to turn into. Epidemic is definitely next, though. Followed by War Dance. And then Infectious Strike. Although Boom is going to be really good, too. It does suck that I didn't get Relentless on this character, though. Yeah, the gear that I care about here doesn't seem like it. Offhand wand is nice. That's too expensive, sadly. I don't quite have enough gold to boost that even higher, but that's okay. Time to build the wall. Like both of the doors went out, sadly. How much more health do they have? They have double the health. Okay, good to know. Double the health and not quite double the cost. Okay, so repairs are not, like, costless. You can't just upgrade to get rid of a repair cost. How does this work? So they still get the full boost fit too. Modified to hit up to 3 targets, so this can hit 3 targets and get the full damage through. Well, not the full, but it basically is capable of splitting a lot. Warp gates would actually be a really reasonable thing to get. I've got an opening to use other ballista types. At the very least. Actually gonna put those there. Because it would be nice just to have a wall up there first. What you want right now is you want me to put some more Elite Accursed in there. And Elite Accursed are scary. But just +2 isn't too bad. And I can nearly get Battle Brothers on its own, I just need to be mindful. And the Watchtowers, how do they boost? It's +2 to skill range. Still slightly too far away, really. So I'm going to want to place it like right here, just like before. That gives some pretty all-encompassing range. This is exactly what I'm after. I've got all that set up. Got a lot of gold. compared to normal, though, right now. Kind of nuts to think about. There's another upgrade that comes up. Okay, hold on. Let me just swap that around, actually. And the reason I'm swapping that around is because that's actually a much better option. What's really nice about this inn, though, is that as long as I don't repair it, I'm not spending money to repair it. And if I don't spend money to repair it, then I actually end up better off. Now, there isn't too much ballista support on the left side, but that's something I'm going to have to deal with. Let's figure this out. Might be overcompensating, but we'll see. And this one, if I remember correctly, is a dwarf, right? Yes. So you can eventually get emergency tunnel. Of course, these guys are spawning again. Well, that was bullshit. All AP accounted for? Yes, it is. You need to get some better armor, by the way, at some point. Let's see here. What the hell is going on? Yeah, this is not a very good setup right now that I've got right now. That's for damn sure. Yeah, this might actually turn into a failure, but it is what it is. Better. Lots of birds. Not a fan of that many birds. There's one of the elites. It's a wall down. Deal less than 500 damage to hunters, and I'm guessing, yeah, it's them. I might not be able to choose whether I do that or not, to be honest with you. You actually want that, so hopefully I can actually get this done easy. I really don't want that one wrecking more havoc right now. That should be all AP accounted for. And I always forget that those birds do an assload of damage. Like, it's actually a frankly impressive amount of damage they do. That's why this one was getting hurt. Yeah, we might be taking some additional health damage here. That one failed, sadly. At least I got 2 of them, so that means that I've gotten enough. Just kill all those. Forgot about this one apparently, so we're taking some cheap and easy damage by accident. But we were able to complete this. That's scary. Yeah, the Elite Ripper is a lot of damage. Oh. Fucking Jesus. That's why I gotta be careful. Are you kidding me? Yeah, ow. Biggest of ows, even. That's a potential death, actually. Yeah, Silverclaw might die here. That's really bad. Unless I can give some reasons for other places, people to attack in other places. I don't like this Lancer in particular. This Lancer's got a shot. Oh. We got lucky there. Might as well do that. Yes, the Horde is definitely thinning. Despite some rather major mistakes there. I did pretty good. That major mistake being some kickback. There we go. Levels across the board. Still only A rank? What? I got 2 items. I guess it's... oh yeah, that's the overall rating, right? Now we got Battle Brothers done. I don't really have a reason to boost that anymore. Let's see what we got here. Definitely want some wallies. Some people's on the wall. A lot more accuracy, a lot less critical is nice. And if we want someone with walls, we want something like this. And dwarves in particular are also really nice. We definitely don't want elves. Nihilist is awful. With this setup, we've got at least one ranger and one melee per side. I'll be recruiting you. Let's hope your perks are any good. Yep, you can get a lot more range. Perfect. I'm gonna grab that. It's actually a really good perk right there. This is a dwarf, so their dodge is typically not very good, but this one's dodge is actually weirdly good. A lot more range out of it. And they get volatile reaction as well, so they're actually a perfect rifler. Lots of that too. Sucks that their crit went down, but oh well. Our consistency is never a problem. They are going to need some armor to be able to weather the one thing. Skill range, hello. There we go. You are actually solid. Very solid, even. Let's get the levels out, though, first. Durin, you are the mage caster. You have lowered resistances, which sucks. You could probably use a bit more block just to prevent extra damage. Secondary is still going to definitely be magic, though. You're definitely sticking to magic. The human ballista. Add the extra passive damage to it. Studs. You've become the breakout hit because I gave you some really good equipment to make up for your problems. Let's see what you get. You definitely need more armor. Just to be able to tank those hits that are going to be coming in. More reliability is crazy to think about. Because this will basically near put their reliability at max, which means they're always dealing max damage. Yeah, they're at 100% reliability now. Nice. Volatile reactions is definitely a thing. Adds a propagation bounce, and it allows it to go diagonally. I can't do Specialist because the 2 propagation bounces from this is too good, even with the 40% damage boost and the extra AP. You're definitely getting that. Silver Claw, you barely survived. You definitely need more dodge. More physical damage would be nice. Perks-wise, Toxic Leech would actually be really good for you as well. But I need you to take something like this, or even this, so that you can go to War Dance. Do you have anything that can buff your dodge, by the way? I don't think you do. It's actually kind of unfortunate. Yeah, you need to go to War Dance fast. What about you? You are our... Are you the newbie at the moment? Can't remember who's who. You're the newbie. Var's the newbie. So you're the other one that's been doing reasonably well and has a... Yeah, you're going to be the health tank setup. As much as I would actually really love this, because that would be a ton of extra health. Like, and I do mean a ton. The biggest problem, though, is that perks like this are going to heal a decent bit, but, like, I don't know if it rounds up or not, but it's basically 4 per unit that takes poison damage. I really do want to go the health tank route with this one, but it's kind of still very risky. I need more block on them. And I definitely need to grab Human Ballista first. Blink is also going to be a really good pick for them since they don't have Relentless. Let's chalk up a bit further. I'll do more reliability, why not? You're the one who I think has leveled twice. Yes, you have. Okay. Let's see, what do I want here? Definitely thinking this, because that actually gives a little bit bonus, but this might also be really good. This and this. But stacking resistance like crazy wouldn't be too bad of an idea either. This is actually a really good breakout one because I can actually use this as a starter, which gives me more hits on the multi-hits here. So I can basically use that as a softener. And Relentless is obviously good for easy to know reasons. I tended to get more dodge actually on them. I'll go for more block here. Just so that they're shaving 30 damage off of everything. And they desperately need more armor. More poison damage because they are poisoning. And they've already got a whole bunch of boosted poison damage here as well, so yep. Gonna snag that. And let's see. None of those are particularly good. Oh, more poison damage stacking. Okay. What's their poison damage at? 215. Now this is doing 86 poison damage. Which is quite nice. I would have preferred some extra damage for extra resistance stacking, but it is what it is. I think everybody leveled up. Yep. Let's see here. That's got some fantastic block on it. And this just gives a bunch of extra mana regen and stuff. That being said, is that a better book? That is a much better book. Honestly, that might actually be a really good choice. It'll especially help with mana problems that they've been kind of having. This is a good shield, like a really, really nice shield actually, but yeah, we're getting this. Because the extra armor on that is nice, and they definitely need more armor, but it's not ideal. Could also do this to give them extra bonuses. Because this is still kind of nice, like the extra accuracy and everything, but the armor is lower. The damage is higher, though. But it might still be better for them to take that. Okay, what's the next reward? We got another pistol with a lot of damage boosting and health boosting. A wand that comes with opportunism, daily mana regen, some blocks and resistances, which is kind of meh. More resistances and more blocks. This isn't particularly grand. I think this is an okay pistol. But the steel pistol here is giving that propagation, which is why they're using that. It just didn't roll particularly grand stats, sadly. Has some decent armor on it, though. Might actually be better than the sword option for this character. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Getting some extra damage, armor, reliability.
Evil gods no longer.
What was that? It scared the shit out of me, too. Okay, so let's see here, sword-wise. Yeah, it's kind of a mess sword. Mana Ring actually comes with propagation bounces, huh? Comes with physical damage too, which is weird. None of these are particularly grand. Propagation bounce is nice. And propagation damage. Mana regen is also kind of nice. But that focus ring is just so much better. And again, I really prefer the reliability and crit from that one. I might still take this for this character. Ugh. This is still a really decent trinket because of the propagation bounces on it, though. The biggest problem, though, is that there isn't often too many reasons to do mana-based stuff here, but they do kind of need it. I'll take it. A sword like this is actually unironically better for you. Let's see what the last item is. That's a lot of poison damage. Comes with resistance as well. An offhand wand is nice. Doesn't give anything particularly beneficial. Crossmage Pants, that's a lot of armor. But that poison damage is juicy. With the movement on top. Plus some momentum, which is kind of okay, I guess. Healing received a plus 55%. Extra block, more resistances. If I wanted to view that health tank, that's the equipment to do it with. Because look at that. Gives so much. I definitely need to switch this out, though. Because that dodge is doing absolutely nothing for this person. Ooh, rifle. Very good rifle at that. That's an action point restoring crystal as well. Not the best, but it's not the worst. Definitely taking that rifle, though. Mostly because that helps a lot with this one. It makes them very dodgy, too, actually. Potion of Energy restores action points. I gotta be careful with the amount of money I'm spending here, though. Especially since I need some regular armor. Need some armor that doesn't give dodge, fuck. Because specifically this character really needs to not be using this. And ironically, I'll at least do that. They get less movement and everything, and they're not getting too much out of it, but they're getting more block out of it. Just slightly more block. And block is actually a pretty good stat for them. This character also is potentially going to go on a tear. They don't have propagation boosts until they get the volatile reactions, though. But they have potential. Let's figure ourselves out on the strategic front now. We're definitely going to need to boost these. We're only getting 2 from up north. That's probably going to be where some of the newbies are going to be positioned. That's for sure. Most of them are positioned about that far away from the wall, actually, so that's fine. How much range do you have there? Pretty decent. And you're going to be in that seat. Definitely going to upgrade that just to make sure that it always heals to full. That is going to be essential. There we go. Are there any other ruins I can scavenge right now? I don't think there is. That cap actually gives straight up more action points, though. That's nice. I will partake on that one. More action points is always nice. goes in the pile of corpses. We've got up to a ring, which gives AP and experience gain at the cost of damage. Not bad. Losing out on some of their damage, but they're getting more experience, and they're getting a lot more of this. That's exactly what I want. Prowess was accomplished. What is this? Oh, and we got more conversations coming in. Alright. Born with the bane of inextinguishable hunger. I was cursed to discover that she was in secrecy eating the life essence emanating through me. Had she been my sister, I would have terminated her despicable. Okay. I can only remember now. Our destinies are forever entwined. Yep. Heroes start with a helmet equipped. That's nice. Grants an additional item reward reroll each day. It doesn't sound like a bad idea. I've only got 2 more days left, so things are getting a little bit crazy. It's 8% for each hero, so 8, 16, 32, 40, 48. So yeah, this isn't ever going to get anywhere. Actually gonna go with this. And I don't really care about divergences anymore. You're absolute tanky as hell at this point. Tanky is all get out even. You'll be over here. Gonna be nicely over here, and you actually have healing potions. I should really replace these. Just easier if I do that. A lot easier. Oh, hello there. Let's actually fix these up. Because I completely forgot that I needed to fix those up. Admittedly, one of a really potentially good setup of a watchtower is actually right here. Because that ends up covering a lot of runes as well. And runes are definitely the biggest thing that we're going to have to look into and make sure that we can get rid of as fast as possible. So we're actually going to want some ready to go, but I can't get a good coverage corner over here. I could get some decent coverage over here. Because yeah, one watchtower would actually cover all the runes here, I think. Except for that one. Be a little bit dicey, but a watchtower right here would also actually be a really good idea just to do some more coverage on this side. It'll leave this part Like, this entire section right here will be pretty vulnerable, though. I gotta be really careful about that. It also means that, basically, I'm gonna want most of my ballistas set up right here. For sure. Go ahead and boost your mana back up. I do believe that we've got everything that we need. We just have some more corpse digging we can do. And that should complete that prowess that... Yep, this one. Omen of the Lone Scavenger. The first ruin or corpse scavenged each day costs -1 worker. And one more hero recruited, which I do have the opening for. Means that I actually get something out of it. Another melee unit wouldn't be too bad. I gotta beer it back real quick. And back. There we go. Looks like you gotta start with a bit lowered HP, but that's just how it be sometimes. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need more defenses set up over here. Because we're gonna want to have, like, some of these sides be able to potentially just defend themselves effectively. But first things first is, like I said, a watchtower right here would actually be able to cover a shitload of the runes. And it's out of the range of everything, so that's a relatively good permanent placement. And this is another good permanent emplacement right here. Could maybe inch that a bit closer, but nah. I really don't want to do that. You see, that has coverage over pretty much all runes except for the green and the reds down there. Those runes will be a problem down there, that's for damn sure. Those are going to be sketchy as hell. So I'm going to need a unit down on the bottom left and the top right. Unit on the bottom would be decent, but again, building up as many defenses there as possible would be better. Only got one more night of this, though. Let's hope we can make it count. There isn't any new gear in the shop that I actually care about, right? Yeah, there's not. Although I should probably check Silver Call, because you're supposed to be dodge tanking mostly. Though I already know that dodge tanking is very dangerous with boomers around, so honestly you're probably going to want to get some actual armor up. I'm not sure if I'll be able to go for War Dance and Boom, but War Dance is still really good, because anytime they do an attack, if only one unit gets hit, they automatically cast pirouettes on more units, basically. Which is based on their dodge. And then getting this would actually help a lot more, because it basically hyper boosts poison. This character is going absolutely insane on the poison damage. Doing 86 poison just outright. Sucks that I won't be able to get to like potent toxins, which would go crazy. Yeah, I think everybody's already in place, except for you. You need to be moved back over here. Yeah, that watchtower is going to be mostly a backup, though. You're very experienced. You're relatively green. You're also on the green side of things. Well, you're not the green one, actually. You're actually pretty good. Basically, anybody who's 5 is... Let's go. Ah, they've spawned all the way down there. Good to know. More damage. Targets within 2 tiles from the caster and has negative. Unfortunate. There we go. We were able to do the debilitations pretty well there. That is an unfortunate turn of events, though, honestly. This is where the sword would have been nice, because they could have used AP for that. Oh well. I'm so glad the ballistas can't friendly fire, by the way. I just killed 6,666 enemies. Nice. Don't have enough range to hit anything else. Powerhouse over here. Okay, we got birds up. That'll add a few more targets to attack. Deal that much damage to like a range damage, huh? Yeah, hold on. Let me just knock that out real quick. Get a whole lot of that out. Are you kidding me? Birds are down. I just don't have enough weapon uses. It's kind of funny to think about. But I think I actually got all my AP up this turn. I did. Kill 3 or more enemies, target with a negative alteration, and the hero hasn't moved yet. That's pretty easy. There we go. Actually managed to use all of it. Might as well finish it off. There we go. They got to their 100. Nice. As well do that. Only 19 more to go. Damn, it didn't kill. Yeah, all of it's from up there, so yep, that's game on that one. That one went really well, and we got some decent levels across the board. Pushing that backwards again. As well buy that upgrade as well while I'm here. Let's get these levels out. So Durin, you are the mage. You've got a lot of accuracy by default, so you're good. More damage is basically your drive, but you definitely need more armor. And you can get more skill range. That's actually wonderful. Specialists would give them 2 more uses on the book, and even more AP. And a lot more damage. But they don't exactly have infinite mana is the problem. If I could have something that gives infinite mana, that'd be huge. Also, Jesus Christ. The studs with this would go insane because they get extra AP on top. Speaking of studs, do you actually get Specialist? Yes, you do. Definitely need that. It gives them an additional action point and 2 extra uses. Of course, though, they end up losing the 2 propagation bounces, which is kind of the biggest thing that they'd be losing. But I don't actually know what they'd want. Blink might not actually be a bad idea. But I don't really know. More crit is nice, but they're definitely going to need some more armor. Oh boy. Guess we're getting that, and hopefully that'll pay off, sort of. Silverclaw over here definitely needs War Dance first. Because that ends up doing a lot for me. They're not particularly tanky is the worrying part about them, though. That'd be 24 effective extra health. I'll take it. Or reliability, sure, why not? Bad layout, if nothing else, but it's still there. Specialist definitely isn't the play for you. Blink might be the play for you. Even though Epidemic would also be pretty good. blink just gets you around faster. I won't be able to use it particularly large amounts of times, but they definitely need the movement. Yeah, short-circuited is what's absolutely destroying their mana. It gets so much health out of that, though, like, Jesus. Problem is, I'd have to pair it with the Vampire, and they just don't have the possibility to do it, so Night Owl will be what they're getting. Night Owl's just too good. More block isn't a terrible idea. That's 5 damage shaved off of no matter how many bits of damage they take. As opposed to 5%, which is actually less than 5 by default. I do like how block is maxed out at 100. Yeah, we'll get you some more block. And some more poison damage. Go with it. So this one gets to poison a lot, basically. And Vara over here. You are our green melee unit. Your accuracy's terrible. You definitely need more of that. Multi-hits +1 is actually not terrible, especially with them using this. Sucks that this doesn't have multi-hit by default, though, because that could potentially start raising a lot of poison around. But it is what it is. An extra multi-hit, though, isn't terrible. I'll grab it. This one can get Relentless so that they can actually make up for their move speed problems. Yeah, they're going to want to get the Human Ballista as fast as possible, just to get some additional damage out there. You definitely need to get to here. So I'm hoping that you can level one more time after this. But as for what you'd want right now, I don't really know. Nothing particularly of use outside of this right here. Which will help further secure your possibility here. That damage boost, by the way, is insanity. And I might actually take the armor just to make it so that they take a whole... Like, they basically could probably just tank the tower pretty easily if they need to. As much as that extra damage is particularly juicy to think about. Skill range, hello. They're probably maxing their skill range at this point. What's the next rewards? Got a sword with a ton of movement and damage boosting. We got a mail coif that comes with some block and some resistance. We got some pants that come with critical and move power. And decent armor. Better armor than the other one gives, actually. Hold on. What is your accuracy at? Yeah, you could actually use that. Because more dodge, plus more armor, plus more accuracy, and more movement. And movement's actually one of the bigger weaknesses of this character right now. Less accuracy is just a really bad stat, sadly. But funnily enough, these pants are actually kind of bad. Despite being green. So at least they'll sell for a bit more than normal. More poison damage on that. Extra propagation bounces on this one is still really good. Would it be worth lowering the viability to make this character do so much more? Because they'll have the same crit, they'll just lose a bunch of their reliability and 10% of their damage, but then they're able to do so much more. This was definitely worth a buy. Speaking of, we actually need to hire another hero. And we got 3 melee, we got 3 ranged. I would kind of like another melee. No helmet allowed on this one. But they do end up having more mana, and they come with a greatsword, which is okay. You might want to also hire for level now at this point. You'd be ranged. You'd be ranged by miles. That's a lot of lesser health, though, sadly, right there. And even clumsy with less accuracy. I'm gonna reroll this. Still not a very good lot. That minus armor is terrible. Reroll that again. Escape Slave comes with dodge, less daily regen, short-sighted on less skill range, but I need a melee unit right now anyway. This isn't a terrible person, though, all things considered. Sucks that they have short-sighted, but still not terrible. No accuracy boosting, though, by default also kind of sucks. But yeah, this might be our choice. Because we need someone that's already at the higher echelons of levels. You got Cheer. Do you have Coagulate? You got Nimbleness. Nimbleness isn't terrible for you. Get Relentless. Getting Additional isn't terrible either. I wish I could get some extra accuracy on you, though. Does that weapon have propagation anywhere? Yes, it does for Mega Stomp. That is a lot of resistance, actually. A lot of crit as well, and a lot of health. A lot of damage. Actually, I'm gonna go with the resistance here. Get some extra armor. You need the accuracy, sadly. There we go, that helps with your accuracy entirely. You come with Relentless, so I don't have to worry too much about your movement. I'm gonna add some block there. Add reliability. Poison damage. More reliability. What would I want here? Honestly, reroll that. I'll take Sunshines. Get some extra poison damage on top. I can just get some natural propagation bounces. And add physical damage. But now that basically means that this character is actually set up to have a weapon, like, to be good with a weapon that has propagation on it. What else is here? Got a silver pistol. Lots of buffs, none of which I really care about. This one's really good. This would basically set up our new unit by miles. Because it comes with some extra momentum, some propagation damage, some criticals, and healing received. Not the best. Certainly not the worst. I'm actually going to take that. I'm going to give them a little bit of range, just in case they need it. This one just straight up gives extra poison damage by default as well. Getting a lot of poison damage boosters. Ooh, a tome that actually gives extra action points. That is severely tempting. It also does more damage. Doesn't come with Magic Missile, though, nor the accuracy boost, but the extra action points? Very tempting. Definitely going to snag that. And that. Those are no-brainers. Gonna need it. Yeah, you're the other melee unit. You definitely need the extra bonuses. The resistances are doing pretty good, though. That is really expensive, though. Like, obscenely expensive. Fuck it, I'll take it. Look at that resistance boost, and the dodge boost, and resistance reduction. That just helps them immensely. This would potentially be better. Emergency Tunnel allows them to potentially move to wherever they need to. No matter what, it costs a bit of health, though. This could also boost resistances if I wanted to as well. That's still really tempting. Even with this person's mass amount. They'd end up being able to cast that 6 times, and then they'd have to cast the others. The biggest problem is their mana amount. And this doesn't restore that much mana, sadly. So they'll need something else that could potentially make up for it, but unfortunately that's not possible. They don't have anything that can actually boost off of it. So Emergency Tunnel it is, sadly. As for you, Buds, the character that came with an unfortunate setup, it does suck that you kind of need this pistol for the extra propagation, sadly. I can't really use that on you. But Lone Wolf, get a whole bunch of additional damage. Sounds pretty nice. Anything else you have that could potentially add more damage, though? I don't think there is. This would add more range, though. Like, a lot more range. Like, this would basically start going crazy on the range. They would basically start going map-wide. So I might actually take this. Wish I could get something like the night one on this one, but sadly that's not the case. I think everybody's leveled now, yep. What's the prowess? I think the oh yeah, the prowess was higher in the heroes. Now it cannot. Who would bring a glimpse of hope? Yep, I don't know why that's an option. Okay, heroes start with a trinket and have better traits overall. That's really nice. I'll just grab that. Really should probably try boosting this a bit more. Might as well finish that off. I'll snag this, because that means that I'll get a little bit of extra gold to go with. And I don't really care about the divergences. This is second to last. So we're getting to the point where we're soon going to have the next setup going. You're the only one who needs a heal. Good to know. Anybody need a mana top off? Oop. More armor, more dodge, more accuracy. Most of those are good. But you definitely need more armor. But would that even bring them on the threshold? I don't think it would. Really need to get some shields. They're also expensive. This is really nice. Lowers their armor, but gives them an additional action point, which means they can do a lot more. And the reliability is nice too. Means they're going to consistently do higher damage as well. I'm actually going to buy that. Lowers their armor even more, which isn't something they really need done to them, but a benefit's a benefit. And yes, the sword is nice on this one. Additional armor wouldn't go too bad. Especially additional accuracy. They need that. Bad to say that, but they do. But at the very least, we're now like even the next game that we end up doing, we don't have to worry too much, thankfully. Also, wow, I have a lot of things for my workers to do and not much that could be done. There we go. At least we're able to do that and get everything really freshened up. How many more do I have? One more. I'm actually going to destroy this. Because we don't need that anymore. There we go. I forgot to do this one. Could salvage an item out of it, but right now I want more resources. Because then I could do an additional upgrade here. Reducing their damage by 50% will raise their maximum damage from 150 in the usual to, well, 225. And 225 definitely breaks a few thresholds if I remember correctly. So it'll go really well. Now they're maxed. Yep, 245 on that one. This one does up to 210. So we're basically doing a ton of damage, and we've got a lot of defenses that are pretty heavily set on the bottom right, which is where most of them are going to be needed. You can tell how new they are based off of their stacks on that. You need to be moved. You're going to be meeting this section head on. The biggest problem with this section is that they can end up split pushing, which can be a real problem. Yeah, you don't need the additional support at the moment. You're still sadly relatively green. And as for you, where do you go? Because you're another melee. We'll go over there for now. I'm actually going to hold on to the money for additional supportive efforts first. Yeah, the relatively low armor on specifically Durin over here is actually kind of scary, though. It does suck that so far I don't have like an infinite method of getting mana back at the moment. Which is somewhat terrifying. But you can't win them all. That's for damn sure. Right now I'm pretty sure armor-wise we're actually doing really shit across the board. Yeah, pretty much. And we've got boomers incoming as well. That's good to know about. Because we always want to have at least some ranged options available for that eventuality, because the boomers in particular are the biggest issues. good as it's gonna get. Let's do this. And the defenses just cleaned house like crazy right there. That's an interesting noise. That's right there. There's a big thing coming in. There we go. Very least I was able to use their AP. It looks like things are going to be really weird here. Yeah, there isn't much to do here. Birds are around now. We'll see how much of the defenses actually takes care of the birds, though. Now that bird just got lucky. Not a fan of the poisoning, though. But the poison does just go through armors and stuff. Do you have the extra bounty? Yeah, you don't have volatile reactions yet. At least I was able to complete that. Might as well make sure. Just murder that one outright. Get you out of poisoning range for now. That is a decent bit of poison that you're taking. They'll die eventually. That's everything out off the board that I could put. I just gotta hope that the that bird over there is able to be taken out by these. 10 action points still on the board, kind of painful. Gotta be mindful of the boomers, though. You gotta be kidding me on those misses. Still out of range, huh? Didn't quite get the isolated targets. Still got some of them. Hit action port the points on the board. Ugh. XP is being spread thin is kind of the biggest issue here. Good kills. That poor bird just ate all of that ballast at once. Jesus. There's the Elite Guardian. Do a nice round of softening there. Yeah, I want to make absolutely sure that the boomer can't get to me, specifically. That short sight is actually doing some weird stuff with it. Tons of damage through there. And then it's you and you who don't really have a thing to do here. Might actually shift you around if the next turn is like this as well. Add some poison. I'm gonna step back real quick. go. Gun did its job. Do you even have any claws that I can even attack here? I think I got dealt a hand that's kind of impossible here. I'm just gonna say no to it because I don't really care actually. Might as well debuff them even further. I think that's all AP used. Yes, it is. We were able to get another boomer out. There's still plenty of boomers that are problematic here. More poison. Didn't even stun once. Damn. They get a total of 7. They really don't get much. Hey, at least I got that. Throw some boomers around. Got some more poison, which sucks, but can't really do much on that. I need them to get into safety, because things are about to get rough with this bullet. Of course it missed. as well use mana potions just in case. Pulls out at 83. Although I don't think I used any mana, so I think that was just a waste. But it just looks slightly empty for some reason. There you go, we got all three. Nice. Back away from that real quick. You need the move. Didn't realize there was a boomer there. You've already used your actions, you've used your actions. I'll just make sure that they get their stuff back. Out of AP? Yes, you are. Okay. Yeah, the sheer amount of AP that you have isn't really worthwhile. Which is an unfortunate truth. Gotta end this turn. Yeah, I believe all the boomers are accounted for, though. Oh, hello down there. How much damage is that thing capable of, actually? Will the ballistade be able to handle that? 23. Yeah, the ballistade could handle that one pretty easily. Yep. Ballistade out that, thankfully. Oh, they got mirror shield, okay. Didn't realize that. All the ones with AP are slightly out of range. Only got 4 enemies left. Yep, they were able to handle that. Can't even move anymore. Might as well get some of your crippling punches in. Oh, it's dying this turn. Missile S rank, got some decent levels. Did Silverclaw level? Yes, they did. That's what I was aiming for. And now it's boss round, so this is where it all comes together. Where it all matters. So southern side and northern side have the weakest. So left side is definitely going to be the most at risk. First off, let's get some levels in. So you're the mage. You definitely need some more armor. And some reliability boost ain't bad either. Guess you can get Coagulant just to make yourself a little tankier. But I could also do this to get you a fuckload of additional resistance. Because that would get rid of the negative resistance as well. I might want to wait until I get some other stuff. Studs over here has been doing plenty of damage. I could definitely seek to do some more, but more armor wouldn't be a terrible idea either, just to better facilitate them. I'm going to go for the more armor at the moment. Yes, it's critical power. Specials would be good, but again, you are stuck with your weapon. Some big game armor as well. Hunter as well. Silver Claw over here. Infectious Strikes would do some severe amounts of extra damage. But that doesn't actually add more damage. Like, it adds more poison, a lot more poison. It's not adding more damage. It might actually be better go for Boom. That helps with the overkill damage as well. They're always dealing something. Yeah, it's gonna be that. More movement, since you don't get any movement increases, sadly. More physical damage isn't a terrible idea, especially since that would boost this. As much as reliability would be nice. Reliability might actually be better. Actually, I'm gonna go for reliability then. Aura over here also got a boost. And getting that means that you can basically be wherever I need you to be as soon as possible. As much as the Human Ballista Bolt is really useful though. So I might end up having to take that. Just because added damage across the field by default. We're going to need as much of that as possible. You have Relentless, right? Yes, you do. I'll actually add some more damage to you. And adding some more poison damage is a pretty decent idea, but that might not be the call here. Let me just check everything else. They don't have Coagulate, so health regen isn't worthwhile. The crit isn't very high, so actually, nope, poison damage it is. How much poison damage are they doing? They're doing nearly 100 poison damage on the poisonous tick. That's nice. As much as I would love you to have this, because your range actually does get affected, so you'd end up doing additional damage by default, this is far more useful. But I can get both. Because you leveled up twice. Nice. Your accuracy is fine for the most part. Your crit is Garbo. More resistance wouldn't be too bad of an idea, actually. Being able to resist some of the additional damage coming in. I'm actually going to reroll that, though. Yeah, block is much better. Damage. Propagation damage, thank you. And reliability. Perfect. Everybody leveled up. Let's see what the gear is. We got a good cape, which gives a lot of extra poison damage, tons of reliability. Like an ungodly amount of reliability. You're getting bonus AP. You didn't get the Night Owl, though. None of the people that could have gotten Night Owl got a Night Owl. Damn. That's actually a real shame. Because Night Owl is really powerful. Especially the move speed boost. This one gives extra action points, though. So as good as this one is, especially with all that damage boosting as well on top, I might actually go for this one. Mostly because that will allow our short-sighted character to do something more. They don't have any range anymore, though. That's fine. Get this back, actually. It does suck that this is only within a range of 8, because otherwise this would be, like, amazing. Might just grab this for the extra damage. Even if it would be waning over time. But this would be nice for extra mana. Even if the crit chance is low. Actually gonna grab that. Did everybody else choose? Yes, they did. Okay. What's the next night reward? A gun with some poison damage on top of stunning, chance, and momentum. Not really the greatest. That, however, could start screen clearing like crazy. That is a lot of propagation. Definitely taking that. Their primary magic caster. There you are. Yeah, you're losing a lot of your max mana, but that's fine. Because that propagation bounce boost is massive. They've got themselves a nice shiny new tome. They didn't need that many action points, though. I don't actually think they do. I think I saw someone else with a book as well. They can take that. So now they've got the additional action points, which is nice. Yeah, that lowers their reliability, but gives them a lot more propagation, which they need, and gives them some additional AP as well. Just one, but one is better than none. Thinking on that, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, hold on. You're pretty good with the propagation, but it might actually be unironically better. Yeah, hold on. You get the one action point, which is cool and all, but it's not necessary. Although this one's armor is particularly bad. Because if I go over to here, and swap out that with this to get even more bouncing off of it, that starts to go insane. What's the reliability at? It's only at 48 now because of all the switching around. So not always doing max damage, but when they do hit, it's going to hurt like a motherfucker. And it's going to hit hard. What do we have for sale anyway? Nothing good, not good, kind of meh, also kind of meh. Really unnecessary. Another AP trinket. XP gain is a bit late for that, sadly. Yeah, all these are really bad. Does everybody else have a trinket? Yeah, you need that. Guess the last trinket goes to you. Nicely boosts your damage a bit. That nicely boosts their stats across the board. And here, do I have enough to grab something else? No, I don't. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Relatively close, though. This is where things are going to get really hairy really quick. I'm gonna need someone down here. Someone who could definitely do some tanking. Just barely can't reach that other one down there, too. I'm gonna go ahead and make another way tower right here. Here, just in case. Yeah, that actually gives me the ability to hit that. Just barely can't hit that over there, though. It would have been much better to actually ship this over. Yeah, there we go. That gives me availability to there and there. And even covers that one. Which is good. That's always worth salvaging. Let's see what's in here. A rifle with propagation bounces innately. Alongside some block and resistance reduction? Hold on. That is much better. This basically makes this rifle absolutely declare war on anything it hits, basically. And it's a higher tier, too. Just the only downside is that since it's wooden, it doesn't actually have a higher damage tier, but that's okay. Extra propagation means that this thing will bounce 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Yeah, I actually maxed out the propagation bounces. Nice. Be a little bit more dodge, I guess. Nothing too big. That is a shitload of more armor, though. Think of who doesn't have a helmet? You don't have a helmet. Will this helmet be better for you? No, you're ranged. You also don't have a helmet. Definitely need the armor to a degree. Yeah, you can take that. That actually solves the resistance issue and gives you a tiny bit more block and damage. Anything good in here? Rogue armor. Lots of dodge. Decent armor as well, actually. What is this? -1 prop bounces. Yikes, that sucks. Our shields, though, is always nice. Running Scarf, huh? I don't think I've ever actually seen that before. But that would boost the critical by a lot. And they'd get additional armor out of it. And more block. And more dodge. A lot more dodge. Ton more block. They are swimming in block now. More armor and more block, huh? You could do a little bit better than that. We're actually doing pretty good. Also, I like how this one's armor is actually really shitty. Yeah, like this one could actually get a whole lot more boosted. Yeah, Mage would be better with this because of the critical boost. This one got the mana collector, so that'll allow them to restore mana a little bit more consistently. Just a little bit, though. Resistance reduction is cool, so is the poison damage, but that other part is not so good. Cool. Ooh, skill range on top of that. Damn. Comes with some AP. Pretty decent sword. That is not really what we're after. Yeah, you could use a little bit more tanking. We'll grab that. Now they have even more resistance and even more block. So this character is going to be borderline unhurtable outside of poison, specifically. It means that they need health potions. Less accuracy kind of sucks, though. What is your accuracy at? Eef. That is quite a bit less accuracy. But it comes with a shitload of additional armor, damage, which basically means that they are perfect for tanking as much as possible. I'll just go ahead and add that. Even with the lower accuracy, which sucks, their resistance and their block is so high that there's actually some really high chance that they might start taking just 0 damage outright. You want this? Yes, you do. Yeah, you definitely need that because more uses is nice. You're probably going to want one of these. You can hold on to that just because that allows you to keep your mana up. One more refresh. Anything in particular that we want? No infinite manas. That's unfortunate. Though this is an offhand item. This goes in the offhand. Interesting item. They actually almost have the 100% dodge, by the way, goddamn. A lot more resistance, a lot more accuracy, no crits though. Not exactly the greatest. Comes with the same amount of dodge, except for that other one has a bonus dodge. It looks like that reroll was a stinker. Yeah, I'm not going to be a fan of specifically these guys. I always want some of these out. I'm going to destroy that down so I can do this. Trying all walls is just a good idea. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Let's see exactly how they're moving in. So we got some moving in over here, some moving in over here. Got them coming in from, well, they're basically just coming in from all angles, really. Let's see if there's not any particularly big piles to go for. Doesn't look like it. There we go. That's as much as we're going to get. One more reroll. I just got called away, so I got to be right back again. Then we'll be basically ready. Alright, back. Our health potion isn't bad. Looks that I don't have even more health potions. Don't really need that scroll. Yeah, that's some decent armor. Comes with a lot of health, a lot of extra armor, some damage though. They're not exactly ideal though. This is useful for them. Let's see if there's any other shielding that I might want instead. Doesn't look like it. That boosts their resistances, as well as gives them a little bit of extra dodge and armor. Lowers their block, though. And you might as well equip that for now. Looks like 50 is where it maxes out, which is interesting. Remind you that every act of destruction is also an act of creation. Yep, but an eminent archmage such as yourself already knows this. Seeds of the extinction you sowed blossom to keep you godly lineage. Okay. I'm gonna do that just to get some more out of it. I think the scepters have a lot of potential. Honestly, I think these can have some potential too. I'll put everything else back into here so I can inevitably get that boosted. Okay, now we need to figure out our defenses here. I know that up here was eventually a problem. You have good range, but it would be better if you were here. Gives you pretty good reach on all of that. So this stone is way too far out of the way. Like, actually making a watchtower that's a little bit further upwards would be a better idea here. Right about here. That gives a bit more sufficient coverage. Like, if the coverage goes up a little bit higher there, it still covers the stone. That stone right there is kind of the biggest potential issue. I can just place a warp panel right there, actually. Just in case it's necessary. That means that all runes are basically in range. This looks like about as good as it's going to get. Got a little bit in every lane right now. Let's just place 2 more watchtowers because we might as well push them up. Be relatively careful with this, though, because again, that does neuter our sight range, which is why we've got extra watchtowers just in case. While they're not in the most optimal positions, the extra watchtowers are probably not going to be in range of these things, so at the very least, they'll be able to be useful still. Unfortunately, that traps are very limited. Yeah, we definitely got a different map than before. And I feel like that previous map actually would have been much better, especially with the rune locations. Yeah, I'm particularly haunted about what's going on here. Thankfully, movement isn't too hindered across the way. Yeah, okay, they're actually there to cover. We've got... Okay, so we got a melee on all sides. Our ranged are reasonably covering. Yeah, we could probably build a few more defenses then. It'll help slightly. Not particularly good, but it's something. At least these don't block line of sight as well. They are really weak, though. Yeah, it looks like that's what we're going to get. The only one who could be healed. Looks like everybody's mana's on top. So it's time to basically try to speed run the hell out of this. Let's go. What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to make sure that this guy's next to here first. You don't have Relentless, so your movement kind of sucks overall. You're going to get this, just in case. As good as it's going to get, it seems. Fight a boss for the second time, yep. Okay, that's the one that had that set off. Okay. And we really want to make sure that the runestones are taken out as fast as possible. We don't, like, because we've already saw what happens if a creature's caught in it when it gets taken out, though. We gotta be really careful about that. Birds got eliminated almost immediately. That's good. That's the first bit. What does Vanish do? Oh, interesting. That's a way to actually extend their movement. Nice. Thankfully, these are still in my favor, though. You're still invincible. You haven't even started yet. Speaking of, I need to make sure that none of the other runes are purple. Yep, we're good. Sucks that I can't lower its resistances, though. Yeah, it looks like this is going to be an empty turn for the most part. Outside of maybe this one. There we go. I forgot that the armor kind of stops it. Like, it doesn't go through... Like, it goes through armor, rather, is what I meant to say. Fuck. Yeah, we were able to get some extra damage on that. The other ones have activated. Good, they're attacking them. As long as they attack the ones that are closest, which is what I've been thinking they do, then that actually is very helpful. Yeah, it's fight time. That should be all of the purples. Yep. Got your kill count a bit. Because that means that I can potentially start getting field study up. 3 more kills and they get an additional skill range. miss on the end. Is that just a propagate to the other one? Oh, they actually stack on top of themselves. Okay, I never actually knew that. Oof, that's annoying. That's better. Doing that because that is the best option to do here. I'm just here to cover for a little bit. You don't have human ballista, do you? Yeah, you don't. That's unfortunate. Because that'd have been really nice if they did have that. Like, look at the range on that human ballista, though. Good stuff. He only got 2 to 6. Need motivation to cast Fast Reigniting from the bridge. Yeah. Let's hope this will work out. I actually don't like what I just did there. I think I just left it open to potentially attack that watchtower. Okay, it didn't attack it. All the passive damage is doing some work. Ow. They actually did some damage through armor. Which is actually very impressive. You're still invincible. You're still invincible. You're still invincible. You're still invincible. There we go, we got one more range. they're definitely in range. Is that the armor that's giving you that? That's actually a really good buff. Yep, you go diagonal. Perfect. So who still has AP left? You still have AP left, you still have a lot of AP left, but you don't really have much you can do with it. You have plenty as well. Whoops, didn't mean to do that one. There we go. I think that's everybody's turns used to the best of their ability. And all runes have been shattered as much as they can be as well. Thinking about moving up, but that's probably not a good idea because I want to make sure that this one's always the closest. But shifting your position is actually going to be a pretty good idea. That looks like it for this turn. Four of them are up. that's not good. Yeah, it'd be better if you stay in here. Put it down at least. Yeah, it's not gonna work. There we go. Because yeah, the faster we're able to do all that, the better, so yeah. I wanted to move this one over so that they could actually help more with the combat, but as it stands, that's not what I need them for. I just try to stun. He'll be here at least. Okay, that one's actually... Okay, that one's actually open now. A lot of wall damage there. Good coverage. Ow. Ultimately didn't matter though. He's got a lot of health though. Of course. I'd rather them not throw a rock at me at the moment. We shall see what happens. At least able to do a lot more there. Yeah, that wouldn't allow it to die, sadly. That all AP actually used? Oh my god. We actually went a turn with all AP used. Also, apparently statue can be poisoned. That's going to be a little bit spooky with all those bombers there. Especially the big bomber right there. -1 AP on them, damn. That actually sucks. Get some extra damage in. Got another kill there. Okay, let's see AP totals. He'll be over here. You're fine. So that is all the AP that we can get. Yeah, I don't like this clump up right here that's happening. But at least we got one of the 4 statues down now. The reason I don't like those clump ups is because that's going to be really hard to actually get the enemies off of. At least I can make them hit their own runestones. Got a few kills, but yeah, that's a particularly bad situation. Does look like propagation actually avoids it. Got it. I made a mistake. I gotta deal with that. Hmm. That boomer's just going to happen. There's not really much that I can do against that. Shit's already going downhill, but at the very least I'm feeling like I'm doing more of a chance at least. Thankfully, it doesn't actually work on ones that are already elites. Okay. I got all the stones, didn't I? Am I missing any? Any unblockables that I have? That one's movement's been crippled. That one's actually gonna blow up. How big is your blow up anyway? Not too bad, actually. Go ahead and do some more damage over there, then. At least try to, I suppose. All things are coming up relatively well on that front. At least. I'm able to at least eliminate the boomer, so we don't have to worry about that one anymore. I have rectified the mistake, at least. One of these statues, I think, is going to become vulnerable, and I need to be ready to absolutely fuck it up. What's unfortunate is that it comes with a lot of block. Oh, it's that one. Okay. Oh, two of them became open. Or will all three of them become open? Ah, if only I were so lucky. Thank you for lining up so that I can actually start going crazy on all of you. Ow. There's a decent chance we might lose some people. Especially that one on the top right. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to take that one out very fast. But it's kind of out of the way. Perfect. Let's handle what we can. So 10 attacks would do about 4,000. That's not enough. I want to do that. And I forgot about the Shadow Waltz. That one's down. Out of range, damn. Got some pretty crazy resistances though, sadly. But any damage is good damage. That boomer's probably gonna go boom. Not much I can do about that. I do this. There we go. That at least eases it up a little bit more. Do this. Because yeah, that one's gonna start going crazy on these walls. So I can stop them. Desperately need some relief over here. There we go. Now they're dead. Anything else I could potentially tag at the moment? Not really. Outside of you. Now if I actually hit. Really need to remember to be on the right book. He doesn't even have range. Oof. Yikes. That's actually the biggest yikes. Do that just to get rid of that. Well, then again, he does have range if he doesn't move on the next turn. There is that. And one more kill gives him even more range. Just a little bit further. And most of the boomers have been taken off the map, at least. Ooh, bad stun. Yep, that person's probably dead over there. Ow. A lot of damage. And they actually hit the thing as well. He's going to get through on the next turn. Getting some of that pressure off is perfectly fine by me. Yeah, I literally can't shoot the statue or it'll actually ricochet into them and just absolutely murder them. Damn. Another miss. Creates dead men walking if I do that, actually. It's actually better for me to do that. Kill you off. So I'll just finish that one. Looks like I have no movements, but whatever. Yeah, Catalina over here is probably going to die, but there is a chance they live. Small, but still a chance. A really inopportune time for them to get, you know, stunned though. Yeah, that's why I have that character moving up there. Because we need to get rid of that statue ASAP. They can't get out. Unless they do this. Here. Again, we're kind of in a tricky situation, but the moment that we kill that last tower is the moment that we win, so we can actually afford to be a bit more risky if we want it to be. course a miss. Everybody's AP spent. Yes, it is. Wait, they're about to blow up, aren't they? Yeah, I didn't realize about the fucking... Oh, shit. That's gonna hurt like hell. Okay, no deaths. We're good. Watchtower down, though. Enemy's actually smart enough to take out the Watchtower, which was definitely the biggest helpful here. Yep, we're able to get rid of that, thankfully. If they have no more support than that. All rangers are accounted for their AP. Yeah, they should be moving over here because this is relatively okay. Not great, but it'll get there. Just poison them so that they're dead walking. Yeah, action points being on the field sucks. It feels bad. Okay, that was one of the ones that I was the most fearing right there. This is the last set of Reedstones, though. We might be able to make it out of this. Might. Well, we probably would. Honestly, this does feel like a mostly one situation. Mostly. Hopefully that can clear the stone up a little bit. Now that over there is a problem. Nice whiff. It might actually be a better idea to just take out the entire right side and just give no shits about the ensuing thing, just so that we can finish this up. I'm actually going to look this up real quick to see if there's no other phases, though, because if there's another phase, then that would screw me. Okay. So yes, that's all I gotta do. So basically, it might be a good idea to just make a gambit, buff everything here and not care, and just go for it. The bulkies in particular, there's no way that we're going to be able to kill them in time. Okay, they actually turned into a Elite Boomer. That's actually perfect. And it seems like they're limited to only turning one. Hoping I had more turns. Oh well. don't have to make this gambit, it seems. At least for the most part. The Boomer's gonna blow up, but honestly, that's just how it's gonna be. It's fine for them not to do much. Need to make sure that all runestones are actually taken out. It does look that way. Actually going to go over to here. Take a little bit of health damage for it. Just carve some paths through there. I stay in the tower. None of those move. Perfect. Battle can't change tide, for in stone our spirits abide, from our wrath nowhere to hide. That is the last statue. Quite an epic looking attack when it happens like that. The defense has held out quite well for this, but this is a perfect example of exactly why you kind of need to, you kind of need to do your best to rush through these. Kaboom. An attempt was made. This could, if this crits, this could actually just delete it. Let's see if it crits. Nah, not a crit. Oh well. GG. And no deaths. We had a scary moment, but no deaths. Yeah, we did it. Last breath of magic disappears with the dwarven sight. Nice. Today, a beacon of light clears the violet mass. Mahaven now bathes in reassuring radiance. The seal is destroyed. In fight with renewed hope. It is now one step closer. Millennia of dwarven history and craftsmanship, gone forever in the span of a second. Yep. The seal is undone, and that's what we wanted. Whew. Stud's still only having 337 kills despite that setup, with Silverclaw absolutely being the GOAT here. Still. Good run. Let's see what you have to say. You not being dead, civilization surviving despite, or thanks to your best efforts, maybe all this devastation was for the best. And I got these items appearing. Spend 200 action points casting skills provided by wands. Okay. Go backwards on that. And you got nothing because I still haven't done any of this. One free non-global upgrade? They're very strong, though. Yeah. Now we just need to get Amberwald and Elder Lich. So Amberwald is probably going to be next. Get rid of short bows, honestly. They're not very useful. Get rid of the soul hammers. Those aren't very useful. But yeah, there we go. Peace out, everybody. Hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. Or the night.